And internationally,
Ndio.
na YouTube, sikia YouTube imekubali.
The Nuclear Energy Agency, Regional Bank, and SML partners around the structured partnership. The conditions for this are more favorable now than at any previous moment. To conclude, let me just say that Africa, we know, produces 30% of the world uranium, hold 65% of the planet's uncultivated arable land, and with the countries of 60% of global
Inachukua lapi? Acha nipunguze.
yet
Inachukua lapi?
of global energy.
Headphones.
This paradox is not reality.
My.
It is a challenge of strategy, political will, and financial engineering. Africa's energy transition cannot rest on intermittent renewable alone. Water energy, alongside solar, hydro, and wind, is indispensable to building a green, industrial, and food secure Africa. Africa does not have to choose between energy and agriculture. It can and must choose both. The question today is no longer whether Africa can fund
Singh is with us. Are you with us, Robert? You are, great. Please come and join us on stage. Director of Technology, Innovation, Connectivity and Infrastructure Division within the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. And last but not least, Ms. Heather Lanigan, Regional Director for Sub-Saharan Africa, United States Trade and Development Agency. And let's welcome Heather and thank her for contributing to this forum. Thank you and welcome to all of our panelists. We're hopefully going to have a discussion, not just a question and answer, but we will open up to the floor for questions. So if you have any significant questions, please hold on to them. We'll come back to you towards the end of the session and engage with the floor. Let me first turn to you, Nadia and EBRD. And I may ask this particular question of all the panelists because it is an important one. Can you talk to us about some of the key challenges for financing nuclear power and how some of these can be mitigated? And maybe start off by telling us a little bit about what EBRD is doing in this space as well. Thanks, Nadia. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Simon. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here. And let me start by saying and explaining why a representative of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development is here. And there are two very compelling reasons. First of all, reason one. Reason two is, in addition to these risks, can we also mention another? In addition to these risks, can we also mention another challenge, which was also mentioned by Dr. Zeiba? It is to do with increasingly the need for grid reinforcements and also cross-border coordination, which in the context of Africa is very important. So nuclear is a sector where preparation actually matters more than speed. And credibility comes before the capital, because risk mitigation is a key factor for investors and needs to be included in the very beginning of the process. National strategies, environmental and social impact assessments, strong institutions, independent regulators are key prerequisites. So for all nuclear projects, safety is absolutely paramount. Technical and operational safety on all levels. So all aspects of the fuel cycle also need to be in place and operate safely, as well as provisions for safe decommissioning. Actually, before plans for commissioning nuclear plants start, the commissioning needs to be already factored in and thought about. So where those foundations are still being built, multilateral development banks like EBRD can support upstream work with care and discipline. Where those foundations exist, we can help countries explore credible, investable pathways, which makes sense in the context of each and every country and each and every region. It needs to be demand-driven, it needs to be defined by the governments what the need is. I'll stop here and I'll go later in more details.
Great. Thank you very much, Nadia. Preparation matters more than speed. I like that. And it certainly resonates with the bank group. And I know we're in close partnership with EBRD on that financing platform that is under development. Let me turn to Heather now. Heather, perhaps you could talk about USTDA's role in supporting nuclear energy development. And again, the question is, what are the key challenges to financing and how can we mitigate some of these?
Thank you so much, Simon. And again, thank you to the organizers. It's such a fantastic event and an honor to be here. Simon, I'll actually start with your question first and then share where USTDA has a role to play. I think just to echo what Nadia already mentioned so well is I think that the key considerations, of course, for nuclear are the high upfront capital costs, the construction timelines, and the complexity of technology. I think, of course, layered on that, over the timeline, there are enabling environment considerations. There are regulatory uncertainties in some countries. There are political timelines. There's local buy-in. So there's so many considerations that have to be considered in the planning stage, but of course, during the implementation as well. And I think, as Nadia has already mentioned, deliberate coordination is so important within a country context, but also with global partnerships. But the alignment of the energy ministry, the financing entities, the regulator, the utilities is so critical. And project planning is a very large part of that, to bring everyone together to address the risks. And that's where the U.S. Trade and Development Agency comes to play. Honored to be here today with many other of my U.S. government colleagues from the Department of State and Energy, and we all work very closely together on nuclear around the world. But where USTDA comes in is USTDA is the U.S. government's first mover on critical infrastructure projects and emerging markets. And by infrastructure, I'm referring to sectors such as energy, of course, digital, which was referred to earlier in a fantastic keynote, transportation, and critical minerals. Of course, those are sectors on their own, but their sectors are very much integrated and create demands within each other. And we work in those sectors because they are key to U.S. national security and the national security of our partner countries. They are areas where U.S. companies have a lot to offer, and there's potential for U.S. exports of goods and services. And of course, these are sectors that are key to economic growth in our partner countries. So on nuclear, USTDA has been working in the nuclear space primarily in Europe and most recently in the Indo-Pacific. We are excited to be at the table with our partners in Africa. But we have been directed actually by the Trump administration to increase our programming in an executive order that was issued last spring. So we are ready to do so. Where we come into play, Simon, though, I think is important to articulate is we are pre-financing. We are your partners in project preparation. So we provide grant capital for feasibility studies, technical assistance, pilot projects, FEED studies, ESIAs, all of the above to help projects get to bankability. So we're talking about the risks. Our role is to help you de-risk the projects, to consider the financing structures, consider the enabling environment, and that's where we have a role to play. As mentioned before, most of our work recently has been in Europe. We worked with Romania for several years, and most recently in a FEED study to support the first SMR deployment, which will use NuScale technology and has also secured financing from the U.S. Export-Import Bank. We worked in Poland on a FEED study, and they're moving forward with the Westinghouse technology in the coming years. And so that our work has unlocked the financing for those projects. And then the Philippines, most recently with Morocco. I share this because we are an action-oriented agency. We seek to help our partners achieve their results that they're seeking to pursue. And I think we have a significant role to play in Africa. And then lastly, I wanted to share, Simon, another area that we think is really important is the partnership building component. We also host events such as reverse trade missions, where we bring our partners over to the United States to meet with the labs, the U.S. national labs, to meet with U.S. companies, to really talk about best practices, the considerations, the advancements in SMRs. And so I share all of that to say we hope to be a partner here in Africa, certainly in Kenya, and I look forward to this conversation. Thank you.
Thanks, Heather. Thanks for the emphasis on pre-financing. And I know, speaking on behalf of the World Bank Group, that this is also an area that we see as being critical. I think that IAEA estimates that it takes somewhere up to 10 years in the pre-financing phase for countries to develop their nuclear programs. And at a cost of somewhere in the order of $2.5 billion. That's a lot of pre-investment before we even get to the feasible project stage. So an area that attention is warranted to. In that vein, let me turn to Robert now and ask you about the IAEA milestones approach, preparing this nuclear program within the country before we go to the project delivery stage. How important do you think that is in underwriting attempts to finance nuclear power? Robert, please come in.
No, thank you so much. Just to say that at ECA, I'm heading the technology and infrastructure division, and being part of the UN, we stand from the vantage point of having a global perspective, but also a continental perspective. But we also do work with African countries because they are our member states, so we can draw from experiences across the globe. I think the IAEA approach is critical for two reasons. I think the first one is to help de-risk projects. Because essentially what this approach is about is a comprehensive, holistic approach. So you first of all do need the institutions to make sure that you have the strategies, the policies and plan. I think this shows is key to make sure that Africa benefits from the localization of nuclear technology. So you don't just, for instance, bring in a private company through PPP so that comes in with all the expertise. That's an option. But if you're going to build local capacity, it makes sure that the local community also benefits from the economy. And that also builds the confidence of potential investors that the local capacity is there. I think the other important aspect of this approach is the emphasis of infrastructure. Infrastructure in terms of having the necessary grid that you are going to produce stable, large-scale energy. The infrastructure is there to accommodate this. Also, this, I believe, is a de-risking component. But in addition to the de-risking aspect, having to make sure that the institutions are there, the capacity is there, the infrastructure is there, I think the most important thing is the localization. So I'm pleased from yesterday and today, I've been hearing countries training over 100 nuclear scientists. I had the program in Lagos. I know that Rwanda, Ghana are all having centers of excellence. I think this is a critical component of that IAEA approach, because this will ensure that the country benefits from the economy that will be built around the nuclear plant that countries are envisaging to put in place. So just to wrap up, two important dimensions. One is to de-risk the project. With this approach, potential investors are confident that the country has what it takes to develop nuclear energy. And second, with this approach, the country is ready to benefit from the economies from nuclear.
Thank you very much, Robert. I think once again, we're hearing this theme come out, that bankability really rests on preparation, and that preparation phase needs to be intense. It needs to be in alignment with IAEA milestone approaches, and it needs to have credibility. And I think we see that not just in the nuclear space, but across everywhere that we're attempting to raise private commercial finance in particular. Esther, maybe we could turn to you now for some perspective from Kenya in particular on this IAEA milestone approach and Kenya's nuclear program. As Kenya is preparing for a nuclear future, what is it doing? What is it attending to in its attempt to look forward to bankability and raising finance for an eventual nuclear project?
Thank you, Simon. I think just to speak about the approaches, one of the things that the approaches try to bring on board is the government commitment into the nuclear energy generation. And I think that is very important, speaking to the aspect of de-risking, because every private party that is coming to invest in this sector want to know that the government is committed and they have what it takes to actually go the whole law. And I think one of the aspects that the government is able to do that is to ensure that the regulatory and the legal framework that is needed to develop the nuclear energy and strategy is in place. And speaking to that, I think the country, we have done a lot. I think this conversation concerning nuclear generation started back in 1965. Of course, it has been a journey of patience and putting laws and regulations in place, starting with the Energy Act. We have had the Nuclear Regulatory Act in place, and other sectoral supporting laws to ensure that the sector has what it takes to be able to bring bankable projects in place. In terms of the regulatory framework, I would say we have made massive progress, but I think as the keynote speaker said, we have to move the conversation from speaking to actual implementation of this project. Another aspect that the approach also brings on board is the financing and funding component of things. And I think those two terms have been used interchangeably, but they mean different things. So when you look at financing, you're looking at how do you mobilize financing or funds to be able to develop some of these projects. And when you look at funding, it's basically how the private party will be able to recoup the investment. And I think it's very important that the government is able to create a framework that assures the private party of offtake because of the kind of investment that they're able to put in place. And once that is done, it goes a long way to create the assurance and the confidence that we need in the market to put some of these projects on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Government commitment. Please come in, Nadia.
Can I add something? Because in what you mentioned in terms of why the engagement with the Atomic Agency is so important, and then you brought in the legal infrastructure. I think it's important to note that development banks like the World Bank, like ourselves, EBRD, we can provide a lot of guidance and support to the governments in terms of technical assistance to help them build this regulatory environment. When it comes to the financing structures need to have the legal frame for that. We were talking about PPAs, we were talking about contract for difference. By the way, contract for difference, which is very typical for the renewable sector, is now very being tried to be creatively applied in the nuclear sector in Romania, which will pave a way for a different way of looking at how the financing structures could look like. For this, the legal environment is important. We can help. The World Bank can help establish these basics in order to build on that and be able to finance these projects. So that's why with the World Bank we are building a joint platform together with ADB, by the way, which also has opened to nuclear financing nuclear last year. A joint platform where we will also look to pool resources in terms of grant financing and technical assistance, and potentially a joint trust fund we'll be looking to raise in order to support newcomer countries, because preparing the ground for investments to come starts with the regulation, with an independent regulator, with legislative framework, and we can help. Just wanted to add.
Thanks, Nadia. Let me endorse that, because it's absolutely correct. EBRD, the World Bank, we're prepared to put our money into the preparation phase because we see it as being so critical to the eventual bankability of projects. And I know EBRD shares the same philosophy that we do, that we want to support governments, particularly within Africa, where public resources are limited, to leverage those funds as best possible and leverage the funds that we have available to the governments as best possible. That means introducing other forms of financing within the mix. That means bankability. True bankability becomes absolutely critical, and that preparation phase is therefore critical. We're prepared to put our money into that preparation phase to ensure bankability, because we know that we're going to extend our resources, the government clients' resources, the entire financing community's resources further at lower cost if that preparation is done correctly. Let me come back to the issue of government commitment, though, and the public financing element of nuclear power financing to date, and turn to Morris on this to start bringing in some private sector dimension and commercial financing dimension to this. To date, due to the high upfront capital costs and the risks that nuclear energy projects represent, we have seen a predominance of government-backed financing, state-owned utility investments, long-term debt financing. We haven't seen the same activity around project financing that we do in other less risky asset attributions. So, against that context, how do we actually build a role for the private sector in both equity and debt investment within the nuclear power space? How do we grow that engagement? How could we better mobilize private finance for nuclear power? Morris.
Thanks, Simon. I think projects without finance, then they don't see a light of the day. Private sector can really pull quite massive resources, and I'll look private sector into two segments, the banking sector as well as the capital market space. Just to give a flavor, the capital markets in Kenya, if I take long-term capital sitting on pensions, we are in excess of 30 billion. And if we take the unit trusts and money lying in the short term of the curve, 1 to 3 years, we are talking of about $10 billion. How do we infuse and bring products into the market to complement the long-term projects? Nuclear plants, we know they are capital intensive in excess of 10 billions and above. There are several instruments that we can deploy. One, in this jurisdiction, we can do asset-backed securitization because we know if the nuclear plant comes into play, they'll definitely be backed by the long-term power purchase agreement. We can both on an existing cash flow basis or on a future cash flow basis, meaning that if it's a future securitization, we rely on the bankability and the various milestones that the project has achieved and make a bet and say this asset will be able to generate capital into the future. So that's one aspect that we can look within at the capital market sphere. Second, there is a growing desire to have green financing. And in green financing, the solution that will definitely come into the play is the benefits of going the green. In this case, we are able to achieve a lower financing cost because some of the incentives, be it on the taxes, will be omitted from the overall pricing. Sustainability-linked financing is growing in this jurisdiction into the capital market space. That's an asset which we can peg into based on these several KPIs and help improve the financing in a long-term basis. Taking the short-term end into the pool of 6 billion assets which are sitting into place. Ideally, banks in this jurisdiction are limited on tenor. So they lend into a 10-year horizon. We know these kind of projects will require 20, 30 year in financing. How can we optimize into that particular space? While banks can take the risk for the 10 years, we can infuse the short-term end sitting in the unit trust by creating loan notes. In the loan notes, that means if, for example, KCB was to lend into a 30-year, we can commit our capital. But on an annual basis, we can resell our risk to the short-term investors. In that way, we can lengthen the project financing aspect. Banking space has a lot of capital, KCB included. We are greening assets as much as we want. We are looking at a 30% of our balance sheet to be in green financing. In that space and on the balance sheet scale that we have, private sector through banking can also really bring quite a bit into the table. Dr. Zebo mentioned about the virtual assets space. Kenya is not left behind in this sphere. And just to give a flavor, by 2025, Kenyans transacted on stablecoin $3.3 billion. What can we do into that space? I know the virtual asset has come into place. Central Bank Capital Markets Authority are putting up supporting regulatory regimes. And ourselves as KCB Group, we are already piloting tokenization. We are at sandbox with Capital Markets Authority. That's a pool of capital which can be deployed into this market without externalizing that particular capital.
Thanks, Morris. We're now starting to get into some of this innovation that we wanted to tap into. Let's hold those thoughts on asset securitization, on green financing, on sustainability linked financing, and come back to those in a moment and talk about what, in a particular case study like Kenya's, we would need to do to bring some of those instruments into play, how we would have to work together to defray risk, build risk mitigation within structures. Do you want to go again on that?
So I can add into that, and this challenge to the project implementers. Don't have financing at the tail end. You need to work with financiers from the conceptualization of the idea, because other instrument which we can support in the pre-feasibilities is to do pre-equity releases, which can support. We have the investors in that class, and in that end, we can bring equity participant. So it is a holistic implementation of the project, because financiers will also do their technical due diligence to validate whether a project is really viable. And if we can give our inputs much earlier into the preparatory work, then essentially you know that you'll complete the project with the financing already backing it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Morris. We come back to that common theme that's coming out, that preparation matters. And if you want speed, you have to do the preparation. It matters more than the speed. Let me open this up to our other panelists. In terms of engaging private sector and really leveraging and mobilizing as much finance for nuclear power as we could, what can we talk about in terms of offerings that we can put on the table? Does anyone else want to come in on this? Please, Robert.
Yes, I think from where I sit at ECA, one of the biggest challenge is the commercial risk. The private sector wants to make sure that the off-takers are there, that they will be able to make their money back. Obviously, African countries are not in the same category here. While there are some countries that have huge population, the economy is booming. The same is not true for other African countries. So I do believe, or we at ECA think that the regional perspective could be a useful angle here. And when we say a regional perspective, we're asking ourselves, why not? You do have a number of countries coming together for hydro projects. The Ruzizi Dam or Patoke Gorge and so on. Why can't this happen in nuclear project where you have countries pulling together to have a regional project and so increase the demand for the stable energy that would be produced? That is one. Another regional or perspective, because sitting where we sit, we know that there's demand for energy, for instance, in digital technologies, AI. We know that there's a challenge of taking if you're producing nuclear energy. So why don't we have joint, for instance, nuclear data center project? We have seen this happening in other parts of the world, like in Dubai, or joint nuclear mining project, AI data centers, and pulling together demand from different sectors to encourage this joint development that will make some of these projects more appealing. And just to end that, I am involved in the program for infrastructure development in Africa. It's a regional program, but there's no nuclear project there. And so if we have a nuclear project there, then there are other benefits like project preparatory facilities that exist in the African Development Bank could be put to bear in preparing these projects and thereby attracting more private sector investment.
Thank you, Robert. Esther, I think you wanted to come in on this one.
So I think the addition I have is around the PPP, and I realized I didn't speak to what I do. So within the PPP, we basically mobilize private sector financing to develop infrastructure projects in Kenya. And I think the reason why I think PPP are very critical is because when you look at most African countries, definitely we are having a lot of fiscal constraint. And PPP provides a very good legal framework that is able to create certain confidence to the private party to bring in their capital to do some of these projects. And the focus that we are currently having, and I think Maurice has spoken to that, is to actually look at the domestic market. There's a lot of money within the pension funds. And also to put it in context, I think as at last year, the asset under management for pensions was around 2.3 trillion Kenya shillings. Now, if you look at what that can do, because most of that money has been parked in government securities, but if you put the regulatory framework in place that is able to create confidence to the investors, then you start unlocking certain local currency, which is very essential because you try mitigate certain forex risks that come with foreign financing. So domestic financing is critical, and I think it's important that we start looking at pension funds as ways of financing some of these projects.
Yeah, sorry, just to come directly to your question, where do we see the role of the private sector in the financing structures? So I think in the context of SMRs, and they were discussed quite a lot, the cost of the SMRs is still relatively high the way we look at it. However, it's not so much high that, you know, it's preclusive for the private sector to consider that. We are talking in the realm of 3 to 4 billion. Their project finance structures could be put in place. And I think the ECAs, the export agencies, can play a role in that as well. And we see that in Europe, but I think there is a potential for that in Africa as well. You mentioned Poland, Romania. We know other countries which are looking at SMRs where the private sector and putting project finance structures in place can help. Starting with the equity and the feasibility, and the feasibility studies are very important, where we can also play a role. And later, when the project finance structure starts crystallizing, the PPP approach is also very important. One thing I wanted to mention, which I forgot, is that one of the challenges in the sector are the supply chains, because the supply chains need to be rebuilt in many of our countries and in the continents where including in Africa, or built from scratch. And this confidence, in order for the private sector to invest in the supply chain, will come again if the regulatory framework is there, and if the governments are committed to invest in these sectors. So yeah, just wanted to.
Absolutely, thank you, Nadia. And from the World Bank's perspective also, I think we've recognised that, and as we're looking at re-engaging in financing within the nuclear sector, it's across the entire supply chain, from fuel feedstock, from right upstream into mining, right through to dealing with energy waste. And I think that's the sort of approach that we take across the board, including by the government. Let me drill down a little bit on some of these innovative financing structures for nuclear power. Dr. Ziva, in his opening address, spoke about how we address some of the commercial risks that Robert raised, some of the fiscal, financial, macro-fiscal constraints that Esther raised, contracts for differences to mitigate market risk, regulated asset-based models to front-load returns at the consumer's expense. The use of vendor or export credits, Finland's Mankala model of cooperative commercial financing, where the private sector comes together and makes discrete equity contributions for power cost in return. We're seeing these models starting to arise, all in responses to the prevailing risks that dominate nuclear power development. Are they applicable in the Africa context? Do we see these sort of models coming to the fore, or do we see something else that particularly, I think, within the context of fiscal constraint that many of the countries in the region face? Would any of our panelists like to? Heather, why don't you come up?
I think just my perspective is that I, creativity and collaboration is going to be key here. And I think we talked about the different models. A hybrid approach is probably most practical for any market, up and coming in nuclear. And there's a lot of lessons learned. We've talked about other examples in other markets, but we can look at the structures that have worked, where the challenges have been. But I certainly see from a project planning perspective, the role of the sovereign, DFIs, ECAs, and then the private sector. And again, I hate to keep plugging project preparation, but that's where we really can play a role in looking at what could work together and de-risking for the private sector to come in with creative instruments. So I do see a hybrid approach, and I see creativity being absolutely critical.
Anyone else want to come in? Robert?
Well, I think if we look at the different financing options, and we see where Africa is right now with some of the capacity limitations, some of the financing limitation on the part of the governments. We do know that nuclear projects, at least the initial cost is heavy. We know that many African countries are constrained with high debt, 60% debt to GDP ratio. The taxation is pretty low. So one is tempted to think that a PPP model to attract some investors that are already experienced elsewhere in the world would be almost ready to go. But there's a downside to that. Obviously, we may miss the opportunities that the nuclear economy offers if we don't have the local capacity to take part in the economy. So I think there's trade-off here. If one wants to do it quick and fast, it seems logical that a PPP model where some investor comes with expertise and build this, but the downside being that we may lose some of the job opportunities, industrialization opportunities that we may have if we take our time to put in place the regulatory environment, build the local capacity. So I do think it's a trade-off. I think in other parts of the world, we have also seen joint ventures between governments, in fact, between two governments. I have seen China and France and things like that. That's another option that African countries could go for.
Okay, thanks. Morris, maybe I could bring you in on this as well. You spoke about the importance of secured cash flows on addressing commercial risk. If within the project structure you saw offers of contracts for difference, of upfront returns through a regulated asset-based model, would these serve to allay some of your risk perceptions within the project, and would that factor into the cost of financing you eventually provide?
Yes, certainly it would. I think how, from a capital market space, definitely how we look into the project is the rigor of the several enhancements which are put into place. And into that case, if it is purely greenfield assets, some alternative avenues which can be utilized is looking into either utility corporate balance sheets. In Kenya, for example, you could combine KenGen, KPLC to be your anchor on the pre-development space because they are in the energy generation for the long term. In that case, we can use their assets to develop additional assets while in the earlier years utilizing their cash flows.
Please come in, Esther.
So I think it's a pretty good model for African country and very applicable. But I just wanted to mention that we also need to have a balance between what makes sense to the private sector and what is also affordable to the end users. So if you look at the current model in Kenya is where such power costs are passed to the end user. So if you look at the regulatory asset base, what it looks at is, this financing that is coming in and these actual payments that are going to the private sector at that particular time. And the model that you have as a country is that ultimately that has to be passed down to the end consumer. So currently energy in Kenya are pretty high, and therefore there's to see how, from the PPP standpoint, affordability really comes in to play. So how does the government also structure projects to ensure that they are affordable to the end user? So aspect of viability gap funding comes to play, and consideration of that, because I know MD Kenjen is here and KPLC, and I know ultimately power costs are sensitive issue to the country. So I want to just mention that balance is very important in terms of affordability.
Absolutely, and I think this discussion today goes to exactly that point. We feel for the MD of Kengen as the nominated owner-operator of upcoming nuclear plants in Kenya. When we look at the cost profiles moving forward, it is going to be a challenge to get them within the limits of affordability that Kenya has. This goes to the cost of financing, the weighted average cost of capital across the project lifetime, particularly for a nuclear project with such large build time and large operations and payback periods. Apparently we're coming to time. I think President Ruto, we need to prepare for his arrival. But I have one last question for the panel. I would have liked to have explored the advent of new technologies, because I think there is real promise for bankability within SMR technology, and what they offer prospectively in terms of replicability and an understanding of exactly what it is you're investing in up front. That will bring the cost down over time. But that technology is still expensive. It's still in its advent. It's still being developed. However, I'd go back to Dr. Zerbo's comments about Africa being a global laboratory for how it is that we build this hybrid approach that Heather spoke to of financing for nuclear. And in some sense, I think we have in Africa an opportunity to bring in concessional financing through the MDB, through EBRD, the World Bank, African Development Bank and others. Couple that with private sector financing to scale, and really push the opening of new markets for new technologies that are right-sized for the African system. And this is where I think SMRs take us. So I'd like to sort of pose that, particularly to our panel, and see whether they agree that this is the sort of direction that we would like to head in with our government clients, and whether or not our government clients also embrace those sorts of directions. I think the discussions we've heard over the last couple of days endorse that. But let's turn back to the panel now with that sort of big question on the table. Is this sort of where we're all heading? Who'd like to come in first? Nadia?
Let me try. So you said it, Simon. I think technology, cost, and affordability will matter. Technology is developing very fast, though. So from when I started getting more involved in the sector 2 years ago to now, technology has already moved on. So if I look only in Europe for the time being, 2 years ago, there was hardly anybody talking really about SMRs. There were a few companies here in Italy, in France. Now we have been approached on a most bi-weekly basis with the requests from various countries in companies in Europe. This tells us that the development is happening very fast. So we need to catch that, and we need to harness it early on. As long as technology and catches up in terms of and also costs associated with that, I think we need to be there as financiers, as MDBs, but also see where the private sector interest will lie. Data centers is one thing. So last year, for example, we were together with World Bank colleagues at the nuclear summit in Paris, and comparing it to a year ago, last year it was full of tech companies because they are interested in SMRs in the context of data centers. So this tells me that R&D will advance very fast because of interest of so many other private sectors, not only conventional, which will go into that. Another point which I wanted to mention, especially in the context of Africa, is why SMRs could be a solution, is in places where the grid has not reached or the grid is not good, SMRs could be a solution. So I think it's in the interest of all of us, all the stakeholders, governments, MDBs, private sector alike, to look into that in a credible way and to watch the space very carefully, and when will be the last time to invest. I personally think with technology, advancement of technology and R&D, and the cost coming down, as we will see in the next couple of years, this could be a very, very credible source for energy, clean energy generation for many countries and for the private sector as well.
Excellent, thank you, Nadia. Anyone else want to come in with the last word on this, Heather?
Okay. No, I was just going to say that from a technology perspective, one of the observation or the concern in Africa is Africa should not always be striving to utilize new technology that is developed elsewhere. That in itself is not necessarily bad, but Africa also wants to position itself in developing new technology. That is one. Number two, I think the new technology like small modular reactors, they provide the opportunity for Africa to leapfrog. And so countries that are still suffering from energy poverty, so to speak, can suddenly have nuclear through SMR. So this is a huge opportunity for leapfrogging as we see it, but also from a cost perspective, because one of the major challenges in nuclear is the high cost. So to the extent that small modular reactors can reduce the cost, it can only be a good thing for the continent.
I'll be brief. I echo both of your sentiments. I think that SMRs and microreactors and other innovative tech should be carefully and seriously considered. I visited several data centers this week, and I can't stop thinking about the energy demand. And I do think SMRs have an incredible solution as our partners across the continent continue to scale, industrialization continues to boom. And I always think, I mean, I work in many sectors, but I'm always impressed. And I think there's so much room we can work together in partnership and innovation that I hope to see much exploration and collaboration in SMRs and other technologies going forward.
Anyone else for the last word? Thank you. Thank you to our panelists for a very rich discussion. This has been enthralling. I've been learning while I've been here. Immediately after this discussion, I'm going to be grabbing Nadia, my EBRD colleague, and running over to Dr. Zervo to talk about this regional SMR framework that you've proposed and understand more about that. So lots of great pragmatic ideas coming up. Let me just quickly summarize some of the key themes that we've seen come out of this discussion. Preparation matters more than speed. We've heard this time and time again. Invest in the program, not the project, and then the project will come and bankability will come with it. Bankability and mobilizing finance will rely on that. And as Maurice said, include your finances early in that discussion. I think we've also heard too that we expect that technology and advances in technology around nuclear power will revolutionize the industry and create an environment for easier bankability at different scale than we've experienced in the past in the nuclear power industry, something that really suits Africa potentially. And lastly, we've heard that Africa could be at the advent of this new step into nuclear power and heard
security reasons, and so please use the main entrance to access the washrooms. We also encourage you to share highlights, insights, and moments from today's discussion using our official hashtags, hashtag Nuclear for Kenya, hashtag Icon 2026, and hashtag Nuclear for Good. Wi-Fi details are also available, and the IT team may kindly ask you to project the Wi-Fi details as well as a QR code containing the program for those who may want to access it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we take a short 15-minute break. Let's please convene here at exactly 10:15, or we can make it 10:20 as we proceed with the next session. Please keep time.
ebusuku ngilalele umoya uphakamisa izinkanyezi ziyakhanya ngihambe endleleni yesibhakabhaka ngizwa imimoya idansa amanzi akalela kanane izihlahla zikhula nami Zulu wethu khanyisa izwe Zulu wethu phakamisa imphefumulo Zulu wethu khanyisa izwe Zulu wethu sihlangane ngenhliziyo Izwi lami liyahamba likhubene nomoya wezulu ngibona ukhanya kukhula emhlabeni wonke Zulu wethu khanyisa izwe Zulu wethu phakamisa imphefumulo Zulu wethu khanyisa izwe Zulu wethu sihlangane ngenhliziyo. 'Cause Swala izwi lokuthula izinkanyezi ziyaphila ebusuku inyezi ziyaphila ebusuku ilanga nenyanga kuhlangana ngenjabulo. Abantu
Let's have our seats. We are able to be ready for the afternoon session in which we do expect the President of the Republic of Kenya. So the next session, we are talking about regulations, standardization as an option for Africa. Of course, as you had yesterday, as we talk about the nexus between nuclear energy and development, there has to be order in how then we roll out the nuclear programs in the countries that already you have heard, and to lead us into this conversation, discussion, which we will have regulators in this space coming from Africa. The gentleman needs no introduction really, because yesterday I took notes of him. He was not reading any speech, neither was he referring to anywhere, any paper or something, but I could see the way he was exuding confidence and the prowess with which he was driving home his points. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly join me in welcoming Mr. William Magwood, the Director General of the Nuclear Energy Agency. Moja, Billy, Tatu, Funga. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you, and welcome to the last part of this morning's session. We are looking forward very much to His Excellency President Ruto's remarks later today, so we will be accelerating things a bit. So I'll keep my remarks very short. I just wanted to begin by emphasizing that in countries that operate nuclear facilities, the independence and credibility of the regulator is the currency that governments rely on to gain public support for any nuclear activities. The regulator is looked upon as the independent arbiter of safety in countries that we work with. And if the regulator doesn't have that credibility, then it's very, very difficult to do it, if not impossible, to make any progress. So in all the countries that we work with, having a regulator that is seen by everyone as a independent, well-equipped, balanced, and thoughtful regulator that protects safety as its first objective is absolutely essential. For Africa to move into the nuclear sector, it will absolutely need to have these regulators in place. And they need to be in place well before nuclear operations begin. So we're going to have a little chat about that this afternoon, or this morning. So to begin, let me invite Stephen Burns, who is a former chairman of the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, who has decades of experience in nuclear regulation, to share a few thoughts about the importance and formation of nuclear regulatory bodies. So Steve, please, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Bill. And it's a pleasure to be here. I'm really honored to address this audience and to participate in this conference. As Bill said, I spent a career in nuclear regulation. I started at the NRC in 1978, fresh out of law school, just a few months before the 3 Mile Island accident. And then when that happened, I said, what am I doing here? But I learned in terms of working with the staff, the engineers, the technical people, as others, it became a real pleasure for me in terms of a career. And then I left and went to the Nuclear Energy Agency. I actually worked under Bill as the DG there for about 3 or 4 months before came back after having been nominated by President Obama as a commissioner at the NRC. But what I'm going to try to talk about, to follow on, I think, the sort of the good statements that Bill just made, is talk about for a few minutes the idea and the concept of the regulatory body as one of those key institutions in the nuclear sector. And it really is. And remember where we are today, and we'll talk about that in a minute. It's embodied in the international instruments, particularly the Convention on Nuclear Safety, as well as the Joint Convention on Spent Fuel and Radioactive Waste Management. But when I significant accidents or other incidents at a facility, that you have layers of protection. And the interesting thing is what INSAG talked about in the publication I note there, INSAG 27. It suggests that there are 3 subsystems to nuclear safety: the industry, the regulatory subsystem, and the stakeholder subsystem. And INSAG suggests that institutional and cultural failures can constitute the root cause of nuclear accidents or adverse nuclear incidents. So what INSAG suggests is it's important to have a network that interfaces with each other and among diversity of institutions and stakeholders that are interested or are affected by the nuclear deployment. And this helps to ensure the achievement of safety objectives. That's the idea of the institutional defense in depth, or strength in depth, a concept that complements defense in depth philosophy that guides in the establishment and concept of layered engineering systems to prevent or mitigate incidents or accidents in nuclear installations. So let's talk then about the regulatory body. And here again, the source in the international sphere is the Convention on Nuclear Safety, which was adopted in 1994. It was really prompted by the Chernobyl accident, which occurred 40 years ago. Prior to that, there were no nuclear safety international instruments, but Chernobyl really provided the impetus for that. The things like the conventions on assistance, the conventions on notification, as well as then the Convention on Nuclear Safety. And the thing is, it's less than 200 words speak to what the regulator is supposed to look like and what the regulator is supposed to do. But these concepts can be characterized as I put on the slide here. It needs to be independent of the operator or the promotional agencies. And I think of my own agency, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, which is just 51 years old this year. And it came into being because it was once part of the old U.S. Atomic Energy Commission that had both promotional as well as regulatory responsibilities. So you have that independence as a key concept. But that agency has to be able to carry out its functions. It can't just sit there and say, oh, we're here, we're the regulator. It has to have the ability to do what it's intended to do in terms of the oversight and licensing of nuclear facilities. It has to have the ability to report its findings, whether that's within the government or to the public in general. And it needs technical competence and resources, financial resources, to carry out its mission. And ultimately, while we talk about independence, it doesn't mean that the institution is isolated from the government or from the others. Its decisions may be reviewed. In the U.S., they're subject to review in our federal court system, but they should not be subject to arbitrary or extraneous considerations, that somebody in the government says, I don't like that, So you have to get rid of it. That infringes upon independence. And so when you look at the powers and duties of the regulator, these are the essential ones here I indicate on the right-hand side. The regulator sets the standards for safety and security and for the licensing and operation of facilities. It has a licensing or permitting capability and function to be carried out. It should be able to inspect and monitor those things which are licensed, whether that's facilities under construction, those that operate, the use of materials, and things like that. It should have the ability to take enforcement action, to enforce those requirements and standards when they're not met. It's important, too, that the regulator coordinate with other bodies in the government. Sometimes you have overlap. I know in the US, for example, you have interaction, particularly on the stability of the grid, with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, and there's often memorandum of understanding that are developed between these agencies to ensure good communication and efforts to assure that the people are in the agencies know what they're doing, know where the intersections are. And finally, I think it's important, and this is part of the informing stakeholders across the country, there needs to be the ability for the agency to effectively disseminate information to the public. One of the things that NEA has done is it has developed a set of green books that focus on the characteristics of what one will call the characteristics of an effective regulator. And these green books note the principles and attributes of effective regulatory organizations. And while they reflect those basic principles that need to be established in the regulatory body as noted in the Convention on Nuclear Safety, they provide, I think, some more insight into how the regulator ought to work. And I've noted from two of the green books, there are others there that you can get from the NEA website. But basically, there are essential principles that I think are important. A safety focus and good safety culture, that independence and objectivity that the regulator needs to carry out. And again, openness and transparency. And so when you think about those principles, what then are the attributes? Well, you can say clear and consistent regulation and balanced decision-making, being accountable as a regulator for your decisions, having a strong organizational capability. And it is an important thing to reflect upon itself. Review, international involvement and engagement are things that are important in that respect. We need to be efficient as regulators. That's been a lot of the pressure. I know these days, certainly in the United States, other places like the United Kingdom, and you're seeing in some other countries, really refreshing looks at how do we deal with a regulatory process to make it efficient, yet still meet its goals of ensuring public safety. Again, credibility, competence, trust, and respect for the regulator help in terms of deployment, but also providing a high level of safety across the thing. Aligning codes and that has been an issue over the years. That has been an issue over the years. And looking again at ways of harmonizing regulatory requirements to enhance that reciprocity across regulatory. Because again, what you ultimately have with respect to regulation is the concept that this individual states are responsible for the safety of the facilities that they license and that are deployed. We don't have, and this was a big debate when the Convention on Nuclear Safety was negotiated in the early 90s. We don't have an international regulator, if you will. Yes, the IAEA provides safety standards that are followed by countries, but the IAEA ultimately is not responsible for the regulation. The individual countries are. And that's the system the way it is. But again, I think what we've learned is that there are ways of making the system more efficient, more practical, but also enhancing safety by sharing experience, by sharing or not so much sharing, but making standards more common among regulators so that they can be applied in the various countries. Ultimately, I took a course some 25 years ago up at Harvard by Professor Malcolm Sparrow, who is a former policeman in the United Kingdom. And he wrote a book, and he actually asked us in the class, and we all chose the title, The Regulatory Craft. And the reason I use that or mention that term is that is what I think we are about as regulators. We're here to try to craft good regulation that's efficient, that doesn't impede what otherwise is an effective and valid deployment of new technologies. So I encourage us all to practice that regulation.
International to really draw on when they develop their regulations. As a matter of fact, one of the really interesting things about the U.S. History on this is that there's one relatively small piece of legislation that was passed in 1954, the Atomic Energy Act, which actually creates the regulatory authority in the U.S. One little phrase, and I'll tell you what the phrase is. Last but not least, Mr. Francis Otu, Director General of the Ghana Nuclear Regulatory Authority. Gentlemen, please join us on stage. So I'm going to keep an eye on the time, and I'll ask each of you to try to be concise and efficient. Efficiency is very important for regulator in your remarks, but let me ask each of you in turn to give us a quick status as to what the current situation is for your body as you prepare for the possibility of new plants being built in your countries. And let's start with Kenya. What is the current state of play?
Thank you, DG. First, I want to appreciate all of you for gracing this important occasion here in Kenya. So, as for us here in Kenya, we started this journey about 10 years ago. And on the regulatory side, it culminated in the promulgation of the Nuclear Regulatory Act of 2019. Under the Act, we have done well. We have draft regulations covering the entire spectrum from siting, licensing, radioactive waste management. The drafts, we have really attempted to be as comprehensive as possible. And the good thing about Kenya is we have to take them out there to do what we call stakeholder engagement, public participation. So that in building trust and transparency, we let the public know that this is what we want to be doing. And this is how we'll be doing it. So the stage we are in here in Kenya is we want to take now the 15 draft regulations to the public. And then from there, we now escalate it to Kenya's National Assembly for approval. That's where we are, DG.
Excellent, thank you very much. All right, let's get the report from Nigeria. Where are things?
Thank you very much for giving Nigeria the opportunity to showcase their level and the milestone in their regulatory activity towards the development of NPP. As a competent authority, we are able to put a lot of regulatory framework in place, such as we place safety first is a robust priority. And Nigeria have engaged in several stakeholders development to ensure that all the stakeholders in the nuclear industries are carried along. We are purely independent, and the independence is not like we are just isolating ourselves. We carry the public, even the policy maker, which is Nigeria Atomic Energy, we also work in hand to ensure that this our nuclear activities is being implemented with safety, security, and safeguards. So Nigeria have developed several regulations for the implementation of NPP. And this regulation is in line with International Atomic Energy's safety standard. And the three priority areas in nuclear development, number one is regulatory framework. The two are the public, which is the stakeholder. Then financing, which is the third one. So we are able to carry out and encompass all these things in our regulations and the activity of regulatory body in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. O'Toole, situation's gone.
Thank you very much for some of us to be here. I think back to Ghana, what we have done is that we categorized our regulation for us to pass according to the need that we have. But first of all, I want to go back and then just brief about how our regulation came about. Our Ghana started monitoring with the regulation with LI 1559. That's those days on the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. There's one is radiation protection. So 2015, that's August, it was propagated to become an independent regulatory authority. And then January 2016, the independent regulatory board was fully established with the normal. So what happened is that, as I'm talking to right now, we have come out with the areas that we have to develop our regulations. So we have about 17 regulations that we are developing, of which 9 has been passed through the process, including the stakeholders, engagement, whatever. So just last week, before coming here, we had our first set of regulations being submitted to the parliament for approval. So we are expecting that in the next 3 weeks or a month, we are going to have our regulation being approved by the Parliament of Ghana, which is almost 9 regulations should be approved in the next few weeks or in a month's time from the Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me actually hold the microphone and let me ask a very specific question. So now, given the status report you just gave us, as you look into the steps needed to get to the point where you can oversee a nuclear reactor construction operation, what do you see as the biggest challenge right now? What is the biggest issue that you worry about?
I think I was then a worker, so like I got this position that just last year May, and then based on just interaction of relationship with the politicians, I got to know that one of the basic things, maybe basically we lack, is that we didn't carry along with them. Especially most of the countries, including Ghana, we already have radiation sources, of which we are creating. But you'll be surprised that some of them even didn't know that we have these radiation sources, which is already with us, so we are creating. So once we want to move into the nuclear power plant, they only had the perception, which is already we know, that's the perception that we have with regard to the nuclear accident or whatever. So that issue is still with them. So one of the challenges that we should have, we should worry, is that if we are not able to carry along with the two key press in the industry, which is the decision makers, that's the politician and the public, it will be difficult for this to go. At the end of the day, and looking at our Africa political system, it's difficult for a politician or a government to finance long-term projects like nuclear power, because you need a short-term project in order for the government to, get a mandate from the public so that they can go. But looking at how investment needs to, and then expensive nature of how we start the nuclear power plant. So if you're able to get them for a start, especially the public, and so once you also have an issue with our energy sector within Africa, and then we're able to get those two involved, it will force the government, because most of the public are the people that they normally decide for the government to go on. So when the public don't, apart from the energy, nuclear power is one of the best and sustainable, they may put forth one of the government to make it a policy as a national project. So whether you are off or on, this is a national project. So it will also force the next successive government to also continue the project, because maximum of 8 years will be in power, and you cannot finish the nuclear power for it to generate the energy as a part of the policy, as a part of the energy made for the particular government to take the credit. So automatically will be, so why are you wasting this time for the, why we can go for other alternative, which will allow the public to be confident with the government in place. So this is one of them. So we need to get these two people along. We have to educate the public. We have to educate the police that it's important to having nuclear power as an energy source, which is sustainable for and it's also attract a lot of investment. If we don't carry these two people along, it will be difficult for us to make this nuclear power across the Africa very reality. Thank you.
Very, very interesting. And Steve, don't feel relaxed. I'm going to ask you to comment on what they say here, so listen carefully. Mr. Musa, what are your biggest problems?
Thank you very much. In Nigeria, we all know we are in milestone 2, in development stage. Sightings have been conducted, and the stakeholders have been carried along, and the feasibility study has been conducted. Yesterday, it was projected here, we all saw it. And the major challenges we are having is to harmonize the national policy with the IAA policy, because country peculiar, when you what is obtainable here in Kenya as a policy is different from what is obtainable in Nigeria. So we have that challenges, and another one is, stakeholder is being carried along in Nigeria's, and the government is also supporting this nuclear project. But presidential system of government is maximum of 8 years. So when another government comes in, the policy might be changed, but despite that, the regulatory authority in the countries is always make sure that we developed our regulations in line with the policy of the country, the national policy, I mean. Then we also ensure that our priority area in developing nuclear technology is safety, security, and safeguard. We have gone far in our regulations for licensing of first nuclear power plants in our energy, to our energy mix. We have gone far, we have developed the regulation citing several regulations, and it has been gazetted. And we are also trying to harness several opportunities for capacity and technical development. That is, we need to, in area of our experts in the reactor, we need collaborations with other organizations, both national and internationally, and as the case may be, the region. So even in our regulations, we also make sure that the regions are not left out. Africa is supposed to have a harmonized regulatory framework, but not specific, because what is paramount is safety, security, and safeguard. But a country, I'm not saying that a country should have the same regulations, because country specific, but the priority area should be concised. So currently, Nigeria, we don't have a major problem in developing regulation because we are collaborating with several organizations such as IAEA, even AFCON. Nigeria is also working with AFCON to make sure we can be able to harmonize this regulatory, legal and regulatory framework to suit a country specific. So for now, we are able to develop, as I said, regulations and carried the stakeholders, and we have gone far. We have gone far, but we are still trying to a kind of looking for a suitable collaborations with other organizations that can enhance our capability in this area.
Very, very interesting. Mr. Chamba.
As a regulator, you exist to protect the member of the public, their property, and the environment. So the first thing that a member of the public will do is to strip you naked. As you go out there and tell them that now I'm the guy who is watching your back, and these are the tools that I'm going to use to watch your back. The first question they ask you is, do we even need that nuclear in this country? So as a regulator first, you have to be careful. You weigh your words without seeming to promote. Because if you promote, say no, then you lose credibility. So it's like now you are taken to the left side of the number line. You are at 0. You wanted to do +1, but you now go back and now say, I'm working very closely with the NEPIO. I'm working very closely with the owner operator. I'm also working very closely with the international community. I'm working very closely with mature regulators. See, I am signing MOUs. Look at even the draft regulations that I'm having. I benchmarked with USNRC, benchmarked with PNRA, benchmarked with Ghana Nuclear Authority. And you know, the members of the public have information. They go out there, they see what you have drafted. They compare with what they are gathering. So to build trust, transparency, you have to be open. You say you are supporting the NEPIO, you are supporting the owner operator, and we have to do this to meet international standards. So as a regulatory body, young regulatory body, you have to be very careful not to be seen as promoting. At the same time, ladies and gentlemen, is in Kenya, it always seems something, it is something new for sure. So even when articulating these regulations or the legal framework to the policymakers, again, you go back the number line. And first you sensitize. Then after sensitize, you find yourself spending a lot of time sensitizing so that you are sure that when they will be approving, when they are asking you these questions, you have information. And in Kenya, we strive to work very closely with the regional bodies. We work very closely with the international community. We are members of the Forum for Nuclear Regulatory Bodies. And we aspire that we do not want to reinvent the wheel. It's already been done. What we only want to do is, as we have this conversation, as a country, we are heading to this kind of technology. But what about Ghana, for instance? What about Nigeria? Where are you heading? But now, how can we work together to tell our people that whatever we are doing here in Kenya, what we are doing in Ghana, what we are doing in Nigeria is meant to protect you, your property, and the environment. So as a regulatory body, for sure, DG and colleagues, we want not to be seen as promoting, but we want to find a way that we are the guys watching you, watching your back, and we are going to do it openly. That's the reason why we must do a lot of stakeholder engagement. And in doing so, we are saying, if it reaches that time we want to license, there will be public forums. There will be preliminary safety analysis report, so that we will be updating you during the review process. We will have public engagements, whereby we will be able to share with you, saying that the owner operator is planning to do this. This is the site. This is the analysis of the site. And as a regulatory body, this is how we are reviewing. And then the public will go out there checking. And that is trust, being transparent, and just being expressing the naked truth out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Steve, what's your commentary on what you just heard?
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. There's some commonalities what we heard in it, and you know, a couple of the things are this difficulty that you have, the sort of the facing forward, the dealing with stakeholders, dealing with politicians. I think at least one of you mentioned there, because if you look at the political focus on the political thing for first, is, you know, politics is much more volatile than many other things, and particularly in terms of nuclear installations, we're talking about a longer term, long-term operation, the ultimate, disposal, or decommissioning, and that's going way beyond the sort of the normal, what I'll call the usual short-term political thing. So having confidence is, I think, some you noted, keeping your eyes on the prize, if you will, keeping your focus on what your role as a regulator is extraordinarily important. And I know in terms of my career and both as a professional worker at the NRC, but also as a commissioner, and I know Bill had same things. You get that kind of dynamic that comes from on the political sector. So continue to focus, as I think some of you were saying, on the regulatory task and what you're created there to do is very important. And tied into that is, this is part of the whole stakeholder engagement and discussion aspect, because that term stakeholder covers a broad variety of things, from politicians to people who may live near the site or something like that. And again, trying to be good communicators, as you say, you're not there as the promoter, but you have to, says, this is what we know, this is how we do it. We engage. You were mentioning engaging in the international sector with other regulators, talking among ourselves, and doing those types of things. That's very important. And, I've seen that, as I say, seen that across my career. The NRC is the challenges that we've had.
Thank you for that. And, one thing Mr. Musa said that I thought was really interesting, and we could probably spend another hour talking about the point that he made, that regulation is country specific. And as Steve probably knows, I would probably be the first person to say yes to that in lots of ways. But there are gradations here. There is a point where what you said could be interpreted in a way that could be very very challenging. For example, there are many recommendations from international bodies, the ICRP, the IAEA, other bodies, that in the U.S. we just didn't accept. We said no, we don't think that's necessary. We don't agree with it. We don't do that. And there are many practices that are different in Europe, for example, versus U.S. But I think on both sides, while we don't necessarily agree with what was done, we don't see it as unsafe. There may be honest disagreements about whether a particular measure is necessary, but we don't see it as unsafe. I think the issue would become much more dramatic if, for example, there were a technology that in country A was seen as just not acceptable, not safe enough for operation, but then country B says, "Oh, this seems fine to us." So I think there's a point where that philosophy runs into the issue. So it really depends on what you mean by that. And I wonder if you could elaborate. Maybe you could give a specific example of what you see as a country-specific regulation that you think needs to be considered.
Thank you very much. What I mean by country-specific is our legal and regulatory framework is in line with international standard and IAEA safety standard. What I mean by country-specific is 6 geopolitical zones. Nations is IAEA is a general recommendations. Draft your regulations in terms of your own national policy. I made mention of harmonizations of regulations and policy in the regions, but what is obtainable in other regions is not obtainable in other regions. So when you are domesticating a regulation, you should look at your national policy, because what is obtainable in Kenya is not obtainable in Nigeria. So But there are recommendations, several recommendations, do this, do this, do that, but you have to look at your national policy to do your regulations to align with your country specific. Thank you.
Okay, no, I absolutely agree with that. Steve, you want to comment on that?
You know, I would agree. I think, again, a lot of it, I think in the environment that we're in now is the good relationships between countries or among countries. So you understand those where there may have those differences. I mean, there are things like, for example, the U.S. Atomic Energy Act originally, you had no foreign ownership or control, and you had antitrust. These are economic provisions. These are not, safety provisions, and that wasn't necessarily something that would happen in other countries. A lot of that's gone now, but so you have to understand those national policies. I think you're still trying to even though you're setting the standards within the context of the national framework, I think you still want to keep an eye on those areas where harmonization can be of benefit and benefit to you if, for example, in terms of reviews of particular technologies and things like that.
Yeah, I agree. I think it makes sense for regulators to look for opportunities to do things together where it makes sense to do things together. And I think globally, that's what they try to do. And if there's a commonality where everyone looks at something the same way, why not take advantage of that? That doesn't always happen, but when the opportunity's there, why not seize it? We're down to just a few minutes. I wanted to see if there's any burning questions from the audience. We have a question. Mr. Solo over there was first. So if we can get him a microphone. Oh, Dave, yeah, if we can get him a microphone real quick.
Thank you. Thank you so much for helping us all better understand the very, very important work that you're all doing to establish, I would say, robust regulatory frameworks in your different countries. The question is, if we look at the very strict definition of the role of the regulator as just addressing public safety and protecting the environment, that we're finding, even in the case of the NRC, that definition has almost been maybe too rigid, and that it sort of drove inefficiencies, and so that concept has been challenged in the U.S. and I think with some Western regulators. So as an example, and not just with the current Trump administration, even prior to, the NRC has been charged. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission in the US has been charged to not just have that strict definition, but also look at efficiency of regulation. So it's looking at the processes and saying how do we do things more cost effectively? How do we regulate faster? How do we do it smarter, right, without compromising safety of the public? As an example, there's the Licensing Modernization Act in the US. There's right sizing regulations so that it's not a one size fits all. There's also looking at concepts like risk-informed regulations, performance-based regulations. So the question to the newcomer states is, in the US with the NRC, that's being done as an afterthought, almost. All right, now that we're just standing up these regulatory frameworks, to what extent are you incorporating those efficiencies into your processes, if at all?
Yes, I think that as a newcomer country, especially if you are doing a policy, whatever, you don't need to do it as a rigid. Because at the end of the day, the regulation or the policy you want to bring up should be a doable, a practicable. So it shouldn't be you're a greater, so everything, or you should be so rigid. So I totally agree with you that, I mean, it should be sufficient, because at the end of the day, the regulation that you are not making it for yourself. You are making it practicable so that the operator or whoever will be able to follow it and do it well. But don't forget, at the end of the day, you are there to make sure that you are there for the country. And you're also there to make sure that operator or the owner or this able to make sure he or the company operator is doing what you're supposed to do. So if you are carried along from the day one, you should be able to come together and come out to make sure that all of you are doing an input. So that at the end of the day, when the operator or the owner for to go against the regulation, then you can able to apply what you're supposed to, or the penalty or the punishment, so that it will be better along the way, because it should be doable. But doing it on your corner and as the operator, whoever you do, it will be a something that which will be. So I totally agree that for the efficient side, for the doable wise, all of us should carry it along so that we should be able to do it and do it well. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And looking at the clock, I'm afraid we are out of time, so we'll have to leave it there. Please give this excellent panel a hand. Gentlemen, you're dismissed.
Well, let's appreciate our moderator, DG William Margood, for that timely conversation, and a powerful reminder, really, that in nuclear energy, regulation is not a barrier to progress. It is what makes progress credible, trusted, and sustainable. Let's also give them another round of applause, please, as they have a photo session before they get down on stage. And just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that just after the high-level session, where President William Ruto will be the keynote speaker, we will be gifting the speakers from sessions 5, 6, and 7, all the sessions that we've had this morning up until now. So speakers, please do remain behind for that gifting session that will happen just after the high-level session. Do remain for that. We now move to a conversation whose title carries a powerful message. The next session is titled Pamoja, Advancing Nuclear Energy Together. Pamoja is Swahili for together. Across the world, nuclear programs are never built in isolation. They're shaped through cooperation and through strong international cooperation, that partnerships in training. In fact, in many ways, nuclear development is a bit like a relay race. Each generation of experts passes their knowledge on to the next. And each country entering the sector also benefits from those who came before. And so in the interest of time, to guide this important conversation, please join me in welcoming Sarah Essendi Okumu. She's the Director of Legal and Regulatory Services, as well as the Corporation Secretary at the Nuclear Power and Energy Agency, NUPEA. And as Sarah makes her way to the stage, just a reminder that running concurrently with this session is a session right downstairs in the Aberdeen room titled Securing New Nuclear, a session focusing on an international nuclear security approach. This session will be led by Ms. Sarah Dere. She's a project manager at the Office of the International Nuclear Security from the US National Nuclear Security Administration. And so for those interested in the security dimension of nuclear development, that conversation is happening in parallel right downstairs in Aberdeen room. Sarah, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm privileged to be moderating the session on Pamoja, which is a session that comes after an all-male session. So my session is an all much-needed female panel. And I would love, thank you for that clap. I would love to introduce these phenomenal ladies who are going to take the podium today. And I will start with Professor Lisa Marshall. Prof is an assistant extension professor and director of outreach, retention and engagement, North Carolina State University Department of Nuclear Engineering in the United States. When she's not being a professor, she's a foodie. She loves vegan food. So if she's not doing her work in the university, she's looking for vegan food or making it herself. Then we'll have Dr. Winfred Dubai. She's the Director of Strategy and Planning, Nuclear Power and Energy Agency. When she's not being a director at NUPEA, she's busy going outdoors. Safaris is her thing. She loves Uber safaris. Then we have Ms. Yonhee Ha. She's the Senior Capacity Building Officer, International Nuclear Safety School, Korea Institute of Nuclear Safety. I just want you to clap for Ms. Ha. She has just completed her bucket list, which was to visit Kenya. And this is all thanks to Sla, who made her love this country before she even set foot in it. So we are going to clap for her again because she ticked it off her list. Ms. Rebecca Tadese is the head division of radioactive waste management and decommissioning at NEA. When she's not being a head of division, she is actually making jewelry for nonprofit organizations. So please see after this if you want something that she can do for you. Then lastly, we have Honorable Harriet Chigai. She's the Presidential Advisor, Office of the Women Rights Advisor, Executive Office of the President of Kenya. When she's not advising the president, she's actually supporting women empowerment programs, and particularly those related to widows. So ladies, thank you for coming up. And as we know, we don't have much time, but I'll get straight to the point. Let me start with DOC. Allow me to use those acronyms. In Kenya, when you have a PhD, you automatically lose all your names, you become DOC. When you have when you're a professor, you automatically lose all your names and you become Prof. So when I make reference to Prof, I will just call her Prof and Doc. So maybe Doc, you can tell us, what are the critical near-term strategic milestones that Kenya is working on to solidify its phase 2 progress in the IAM milestones? Just give us a brief. How far are we? How are we doing? And what is your role in that? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah, for a fantastic introduction to all of us. So Kenya is in the phase 2 stage of implementing the nuclear power program. We are following the IAM milestone approach. A lot of work has been done in terms of the technical assessment of potential sites. Our regulator was up on stage just before this panel, so the regulator is in place. And a lot of technical studies, including reactor technology assessment, stakeholder engagement, industrial involvement have been conducted. So in terms of next steps, what we need to do and to ensure that we are progressing on this, in my opinion, the immediate aspect is to ensure that we have a very clear roadmap of all the implementation that needs to be done by all the nuclear institutions that have been established, the NEPIO, the regulatory body, the owner operator. We need to ensure that clear milestones are developed, and most importantly, to ensure that the resources associated with all the implementation framework are in place. We, as the NEPIO, have a role to coordinate together with these nuclear institutions to ensure that all the resources required for these organizations have been done. The second point is to ensure competency development. It is one thing to establish an organization, but we have to ensure that the institutions, the nuclear institutions, are developing the requisite competence to be able to carry out their functions. Our regulatory body has been in place, but they still continue to develop the competence to be able to carry out all their regulatory functions. The owner operator has been appointed, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of transferring the work that the NEPIO has done that are related to owner operator organization, and ensuring that we are hand-holding the owner operator to be able to carry out their rightful role. One other issue I would want to speak about is ensuring that we have a robust regulatory and legislative framework in the country.
we still have to accede to certain protocols, international protocols, because we are an internationally responsible country as we as we implement our nuclear power program. So we will work very closely with the nuclear organizations to ensure that Kenya will have a robust regulatory framework as well as the legislative framework. And while doing all this, it is important to ensure that the human resource capacity required in all the nuclear institutions are in place. And so, and while developing that capacity, women will play a very critical role because we know that in technical fields, the women are not well represented. So we are very clear on the need to have the inclusion of competent and qualified women, even as we move along in the next steps. So I lead the process of strategy and development, so developing the strategies at the NEPIO, and so I will play a clear role in guiding the nuclear institutions that will also be implementing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc, for that. I move over to Prof, and when we look at your experience, Prof, when it comes to building a local technically skilled nuclear workforce, because we have representatives from the universities here, and I also believe there are some from the African continent. How do we develop these skills, and how do we ensure we retain them in the African continent? We can develop them, but we seem to be outsourcing a lot of them because we develop, we don't retain, they go elsewhere. We want to keep them here. How do we do it?
That is an issue around the world in way of you're getting that educational background, that skill development, and then there's a move on to the next opportunity, so to speak. For me, and some of the programs that we run both at the university and then at some of the professional organizations that I'm involved with, is to develop that relationship with the individual, right? To truly understand what they want out of the beginning of their career or middle of, or as seasoned professionals, and to make sure that there is some sort of development program that is tailored to them to a certain degree. So I can think of some of our companies, engineering companies, that will have cohorts come in together as opposed to one-offs. And then there's a rotation through a number of different divisions within the organization. Mentorship is happening, and maybe some additional certification or a continuation of degree to the next level. And at the very end of that it is a conversation that is had with future supervisor to make sure that there is a fit, so to speak, right? As opposed to coming in and expectations mean, you know, when you go through an interview, it's different than when you actually are working in the organization itself. So a partnership to see how we develop that particular individual and place them appropriately for the needs of the organization, but also for the needs of the individual as well. And also have a plan in place for their continued development within the organization. And you see that at universities as well, right? You have individuals that come in, they want to do a particular degree. It may or may not be working the way they think it should work, and they're thinking of going on to another department or outside of the college that had wooed them to come in and do their studies with. And in that case, it's about the work that they will be doing with that faculty member, but also a professional development plan as well, so that we are understanding where they see themselves in the future and giving advice accordingly on the academic side, as well as that professional development, career development component of it. So for me, it's very much about relationship building. It's always about talent development. I tend to shy away from workforce development. For some reason that can then come down to, there's a pipeline, I need X number of individuals, I need this set of skill set, and I'm trying to place them in this particular position. When I think of talent development, the individuals may have rotation within the organization, and it's a give and take. So I'm investing in them, and they're investing in me.
Well said. And I just want us to continue this because we have Yoni Ha, and she actually works in the nuclear safety school. And when we talk about nuclear, we're always talking about safety first. Everybody is concerned about safety. I just want us to have a discussion on 2 to 3 essential elements that you've seen in your career that you need to actually inculcate in the culture to build that safety culture in the nuclear field, especially for embarking countries like Kenya and Ghana and all that. What do you need to have in terms of a safety culture so that you can be able to implement a nuclear power program?
Thank you very much. That's a great, great question. First of all, thank you very much for having me today here. And thank you for the opportunity to speak alongside with distinguished guests. And thank you for the audience as well. We talk about the financing and also regulation in discussion this morning. But when we are talking about the technological development and about the in terms of financing, if your technological development is not built on safety and safety culture, then the price will be higher. You have to pay the cost. So safety culture should be embedded in your nuclear power program from the very beginning stage. Looking back on my experience in Korea, the DG Mag would mention about Korean economy during his remarks during the dinner time. As you know, the Korean War, Korea struggled to rebuild its economy. I remember that my parents' generation, they worked a lot. They worked tirelessly to contribute this economic development. And then honestly, when my parents' generation, they prefer the son to girl because they believe that men will pay more contribute to the economic development. But thinking about the technology, if the Korea did not have produced the nuclear in our country, actually, you know that the Korea, the first ever nuclear power plant, Guri Unit 1, from US design. If you are American people, you should be rightfully proud of the design. And thinking about this period, even despite my parents' generation worked a lot, without such a sustainable electricity, such a drastic, development and improvement in the economy should not have been possible. But thinking that the technology, if we are just over talking technology, then maybe our current Korean situation would have not been possible. So technology development should be really about your cultivating safety culture. You should invest in people. And nuclear is not just about providing electricity. It's about shaping your future, investing in people, and preparing for the future, clean and reliable and sustainable energy. Speaking about the safety culture, we already listened very good presentation from the Steve Burns, the chairman of IAEA INSEC. He gave us an overview of how important safety culture is and how the trusted regulator should be like. And if I speak about, as you said, 2 or 3 elements, the first comes is the leadership commitment. In your decision making, safety first, and not only about making a good decision, but also about how to communicate the decision you made with your people. So safety culture should be shown not just as a single documentation or speaking in public. It should be embedded in their own daily life culture, how they speak, how they treat matter, and how they put emphasis on element. So it should be embedded in your daily life. And in order to that, they should have good and healthy working environment when people feel that when they raise concerns, their concerns should be seriously taken by the people who will make decisions. And continuous learning is important because, as some of you already mentioned during the opening remarks, nuclear power program is not the sprinter, it's a marathon. So you should learn every day from daily action and daily life, even from your failure. So your organization should be learning, it's a kind of lifelong learning to be improved. I think that's really backbone of the safety culture you will cultivate, especially when, like your country, when you are developing your program, all these kind of elements, cultural things, including the leadership and also the environment, working environment or attitude, all these kind be embedded from the very beginning stage, and you will take advantage of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Yoni. And I think I want to just add that integrity is the foundation of any safety culture. Without integrity, you cannot implement a proper nuclear power program. So that is something that we really need to be very keen on and ensure that we embed that as part of our processes. So I want to move on to a topic that gets us all in a bit of a bind when we are doing stakeholder engagement. And they are asking, you can't manage the waste that is here. How will you manage radioactive waste? And we have the head of radioactive waste management at NIA. And Rebecca, she can be able to tell us, how do we answer that question? I mean, you can give us some tips looking at your expertise in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very important question. I think a lot of times when countries are considering to go to nuclear, they focus on the front end of the nuclear instead of going also looking at globally what it does for the back end. And what that means is that if you start a nuclear program and consider your waste management strategies, spent fuel management, and waste program from the beginning, the possibility of being successful is great. And what that entails is that governments need to have a clear roles and responsibility defined. What is the policy? What is the standards that they're going to put in place? What is the role of the regulator? What's the role of the implementer? Who's the waste management organization? Who's your stakeholder? All those factors have to be considered at the beginning of the program. When you're doing that, what it brings is that you will have the ability to have those discussions when you're making choices on reactor design. Are you capable of managing that waste stream? Do you have the capacity? And waste management is a long-term activity. It's with centuries. So you have to also utilize relationship within the regional perspective, sharing facilities, sharing knowledge, sharing experiences. We have the solution. We know how to manage waste. It is not, and the next session that we'll be having, we'll discuss that. What are the successes that has happened throughout the world to manage spent fuel and radioactive waste. But as a national program, you need to decide where are you going from the beginning. Because when you think about the waste at the end, there's a lot of factors that makes it difficult for you to manage your waste. So putting the policies, the training in place, involving the right people from the policymakers, your stakeholders. We talk about stakeholders from being the public. Your stakeholders are, your policymakers make the decision as to what you're moving forward. That will impact your program. The regulator makes regulation that impacts waste management. The implementer needs to understand what are the requirements that I need to fulfill. And when you're talking about host country, places where you're going to put the waste, the host community needs to understand what they are also getting benefit. It's important not to just look at, okay, we're going to put your waste in this location, but what educational opportunities that it brings for that community, what economical impact it could have for that community. That is part of the conversation you need to have so that you'll be able to sell your program, and development of nuclear into the country. Africa is at the stage where we'll be able to do all of those things because we have a clean state. You know, it is an opportunity that to learn from the advanced countries that have gone through the process that are still struggling in some of the issues. How do we make sure that we set the program and infrastructure in place from the get-go so that we'll be able to be successful and be able to convince our stakeholders and others to be part of the journey. And it's not just, you know, one thing. It is centuries, generations, and involving, you know, young generation into being involved in this area is also very critical because there's different forms of waste management that we can consider: robotics, AI, digitalization. All of those things that are new technologies play a factor into waste management, and so it's an opportunity to harness that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. And last, we'll have Honorable Chigai. And I would just ask the question around the work you do advising the president on women's rights, women's matters. What kind of policies do you think we need to put in place that actually create an inclusive approach to the participation of women in not only nuclear power programs, but STEM-related, causes and the work that is actually around STEM? Because that is where we see a lot of underrepresentation of women. And I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say about that.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I think for me, nuclear energy is the way to go where we are right now. And it not only presents a strategic intervention on matters invention, but it also has created a pathway for us to discuss gender inclusivity. And when we talk about inclusivity, it is important for us to note that when you leave half of your society out of any investment, half of that society's potential. So for me, then this conversation becomes very important because not only will we be talking about gender from the lens of women, but we must also talk about our youth and persons living with disability. When we look at the national policies around nuclear, we can all agree that as we speak right now, South Africa is the only country which has a nuclear functional plant in Africa. What does that tell us? We have a huge gap in terms of policies, in terms of knowledge base, in terms of what is this big monkey called nuclear? And I'm sure, Nupea, this is one question that everywhere you've gone, everyone is asking. So for me, then, it is important that we institutionalize gender sensitive or gender responsive policies, and it also starts with budgeting. Do institutions have a gender lens towards their budgets? When it comes to matters to do with mentorship, building capacity, have we internalized the aspect of data? And for us to be very intentional on how many people do we want to train? And what is the data telling us about the near genderized situation in all our institutions? So for me, then, it is important that we look at matters to do with gender or gender-sensitive inclusivity with the point in mind we must have a proper data in place. We must also institutionalize reporting mechanisms so that not only are we sitting in boardrooms having conversation of inclusivity, but we are also going into granular to ensure that whatever it is that we pen down, we actually have a reporting matrix in place so that we can weigh how we are performing as institutions. It is also important for us to make it mandatory that we must include the youth. As we speak right now, Africa has the highest number of youth. The question then is, how are we placing our young population in the next 10 to 15 years? For instance, Kenya has started the conversation around nuclear. I'm sure Nupea will tell me invest in education. Issues to do with STEM-related subjects. Are we going granular so that we have these conversations at school level. Remember, I've said in the next 10, 15 years, just as, allow me to use your name for purposes of illustrations, you'll be sitting as a professor somewhere saying how you institutionalize nuclear energy. At that time, you'll be talking to your peers. But the question is, where are the youths? Where are the youths? Where are we placing this investment? So for me, I think we need to be very intentional in these conversations so that we don't talk to ourselves, but we start engaging the rightful people who are going to be the implementers of this big forest called nuclear energy. Now, on matters to do with women, for me, I think it's very important because when you look at the global setup, nuclear energy is important because of greening the environment, because of the high density on matters nuclear energy. So for me, then that becomes a very important conversation when we talk about women, clean cooking, and energy generation. When it comes to matters health, nuclear for me then becomes a very important entity. We must then go back and review our health structures to ensure that we include policies that speak to nuclear energy. And matters health for women, when you look at cancer, cervical cancer, how do we treat? How do we detect? How do we do analysis? And then we have the nuclear intervention in terms of medicine as well. Do we have policies in place that speak to these issues? So for me, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And we need to look at nuclear wholesomely, not from the energy perspective alone. We need to go granular and look at what are the other interventions that we need to start putting in place even as we speak to this. And I think Kenya, we are at the right place because we are in that situation where the government is keen to put proper structures, proper policies in place. And I would wish to have this conversation within the medical structures because we can sit here and talk amongst ourselves as engineers and persons fully invested in nuclear energy, and we are leaving the other teams out of this. And for me, the medical fraternity is very key when it comes to matters women and children when we are talking about nuclear energy. So I can go on and on. I don't know whether I still have time. But for me, that is very important. And then we cascade down to community engagement. The understanding of nuclear, not from a scientific perspective, but from a social setup. And for me, that is why we are still having the very many questions on matters to do with risk, safety, and let's even go down to mining. Who are mining in these high sensitive mineral spaces? Do we have the right tools in place? Is our Ministry of Mining here? Are we engaging them? You know, what minerals are these we are talking about in the deposits, and where are these deposits? And you go further to talk about food security.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause for Honorable Chigai. And you can see a lot of need for affirmative action, especially in the timing of such a discussion. We have had to cut it short, but as we cut it short, I just want to say one thing. All the ladies who are in this room and who are seated in front of you today are seated here because of the work of their ancestors. Ladies who stood in the gap, not directly even linked to them, but ladies around the world. I love this quote that says, "I come as one, but stand as 10,000. When you see 5 ladies here, you see 50,000 women who worked hard to get these ladies to sit on this podium. And I'm not even mentioning the ones in the room. So I want to really say that without pamoja, togetherness, inclusivity, we cannot be able to implement a nuclear power program. This is a discussion we are going to continue to have. So a round of applause for our panelists as we close the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Asanteni sana, I was enjoying the discussion, but apologies, we've had to interrupt this. As we had mentioned earlier, in the next 1 hour or so, we are going to have the President of the Republic of Kenya officially opening this conference. And of course, there's certain things that have to be done. So, ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed for lunch, and I would request that each one of us should carry their belongings. Each one of us, whether it is a pen, a notebook, anything. Kindly, let's exit the room. But as you do that, I would also want to really acknowledge the sponsors and the hosts for this. I would like to acknowledge Kengen, KCB, Steamer Sacco, and Kenya Airways. So we shall be back, and we shall be able to be advised how we shall get into the room once we've had your lunch. So let's proceed for lunch, and let's try to do it much faster and allow the next session to take its place. Thank you very much.
for sensitive. Umemtumia na ofisi ngapi? Testing 1, 2. 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Ikuwe tu chini. Testing 1, 2. Wacha ikae hiyo level. Testing 1, 2. Wacha ikae hiyo level. Kimuongeze sasa. Check. Check moja, mbili, tatu. Uweke hivi sasa. Sawa. Check, check. Testing 1. Wacha ikae hiyo level. Yes. Moja, mbili, tatu. Moja, mbili, tatu. Eyes kidogo. Check, check. Usiongeze kitu. Wacha ikae. Check. Moja, mbili, tatu. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. I think that is enough. Testing 1, 2. Achia hapo. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Check. Moja, mbili, tatu. clarity. Sound check. 1, 2. Sound check. 1, 2, check. Sound check. Sound check. Sound. Check sound 1, 2. 1, 2, sound check. Sound check 1, 2. Sound 1. Check, check, sound. All 1, 2, sound check. Test 1, 2. Five, four, three, two, one. Sound.